presentation and talk on the 75 years of impactful agricultural research and innovation. Dr. Titus, you have 15 minutes to deliver this presentation. Thank you. No, one by one.
Honorable Minister, I'm back this time to tell the story of NaCRRI over the last 75 years, how the research on a range of crops has impacted communities and the country. As I mentioned earlier, this first picture is so literally that was the official opening of the institute in 1950 by the governor then, Sir Hall, and witnessed by the Kabaka. Just as we are gathered here, I think this may be the first gathering of this nature since that one. It's the first time we have come together just to reflect on this institute. I want to believe many of us are represented there. May not be by people who are living, but perhaps our forefathers. And a few of us here could be having blood relatives in that picture. And all the buildings you see in the picture still exist to this day. So the picture on the right, that road, you may not see it in that state. It's the tarmac road that you followed coming in. It shows also some of the growth that has taken place. I already talked about this. I'll spare time. The milestones from 1947, when the institute was established, 1950 when it was officially opened, and the reforms and changes that have taken place from where initially we were working only on cotton, but now we are working on several strategically important crops in this country. That has been possible because of, in one part, distinguished leadership. And we have names there and pictures of former directors. The first director was a gentleman called Panel, who was a cotton breeder, followed by many others. I would think about half of that number of leaders, former directors and officers in charge are actually alive. And a number of them could be here. We will be recognized. I already recognize Dr. Sengoba. We have Dr. Fino Pio. I hope she'll be able to join us. Dr. James Ogwang, the late Dr. Israel Kibirige Sebunya, the director that I took over from last year in August, Dr. Godfrey Asea is here. Can you stand up for recognition? We are one of the 16 institutes of the National Cultural Research Organization. So we have a shared vision, the vision of NaCRRI and the mission of NaCRRI is what we share, but our specific mandate is to develop and disseminate crops that are nationally important and strategic. Our goal is really focused around increasing production and productivity and access to crop technologies for better food security, nutrition, incomes, and economic growth. Honorable Minister, allow me to present the thrust, the current thrust of our work. The centerpiece of our work is developing new varieties, so breeding and genetic innovations, followed closely by early generation seed, the breeder seed, the initial premium stock of seed, which we produce here, then avail to seed companies to produce the certified seed that goes to the farmers. And for some crops, we actually work with local seed businesses or communities to bulk the seed. But significantly also is the work on seed systems development, which is unique for different crops. So we help to nurture seed systems, to provide technical backstopping and support. So we also focus on climate smart and sustainable production technology generation, plant health and resilience to pests and diseases. Honorable Minister, the facilitator of this session mentioned about some of the pandemics that have ravaged this country. So this institute has spent the greater part of the last 40 years addressing various manners of pest disease outbreaks. We have worked on excellence in agronomy for increasing on-farm yields, genetic resources management. We are using biotechnology and modern biosciences to increase the efficiency and precision of our work. We are also doing biochemistry, food quality phenotyping, and prototyping for commercial use for our elite lines. But what drives all this is the socioeconomics. We start from the market. What is it that is desired or needed by the farmer, by the processor, by industry? And that helps us in customizing the products, varieties, and other technologies that we develop. Later on, we look at the adoption and impact measurement of our work. And we also do infrastructure development, so we are upgrading some of the facilities or maintenance, training of staff and stakeholders, technology promotion, scaling, and commercialization. As I mentioned earlier, we organize into 4 research programs. I'd like to give you brief highlights of each program. We have the Serious program, led by Dr. Jimmy Lamo as a program leader. If Jimmy is here, can you stand up behind there? Mr. Rice in most circles, the man behind most of the rice breeding and promotion work in the country. So we work on maize, rice, both lowland rice and upland rice, and wheat, as mentioned earlier on. We have the horticulture program led by Dr. Gabriel Damulira, the program leader. If he's here, he could stand up as well. I think he's in the stall. So here we work on a range of vegetables, fruits, spices, and essential oils, and oil palm. And our focus a lot is on indigenous vegetables, but also one of our significant milestones, Honorable Minister, is that we have, for the very first time, started active breeding programs for a number of vegetables. In the coming year or two, we hope to release varieties of our own tomatoes, pumpkins, hot pepper, and NaCRRI, in addition to onions, in collaboration with our sister institute. And for oil palm, our focus at the moment is to expand the geographies for oil palm production. We all know that most of the oil palm in this country is produced from Kalangala. So we are doing adaptation trials to identify new areas across the country where oil palm can be grown. The other program is the legumes program, where I work on common beans and soybean, led by Dr. Pamela Paparu, if she's here, right behind there. And this program has released 2 soybean varieties. Some of you may be familiar with the NAM1 and NAM2, the very old soybean varieties. A lot of the more recent soybean breeding work is being undertaken in collaboration at NaCRRRI, but in close collaboration with us by an alumni of this institute. But we have started our own breeding program of soybean as well. We have the root crops research program that is led by Dr. Bernard Yada, who is somewhere here. I introduced him earlier. He's behind here. We are working on cassava, sweet potato, and yam. We have a biosciences unit, which is cross-cutting. And the buildings you see there are different laboratory platforms, one on tissue culture, one on molecular biology, biochemistry and analytical chemistry, but also seed science and conservation. More recently, we have had banana added to our portfolio for a long time. Banana research was being done at Kawanda, but as of July this year, it became part of our portfolio. And I would like to introduce Dr. Alex Bareche, who is the lead person for the banana activities. And the focus a lot is on variety development, value-added product development, excellence in agronomy, and plant health, looking at both cooking types, that is matoke, and the dessert, the sweet bananas. So, one of our biggest achievements is around the premium crop varieties that have been developed, released, and disseminated to farmers to meet market needs. These are 190. I'm still a bit doubtful about this number. I think it's a little more. So the different crop varieties are there, and what you'll see is that with time, the rate at which we are releasing varieties has significantly increased. For instance, between 1980 to 2000, we released only 44 varieties. But for over the last 25 years, we have released 143 crop varieties. And that gives us an annual rate of about 5 varieties released per year, which is quite commendable. And that has been those gains through breeding and release has been translated into gains on farmers' fields. We see, for instance, over the last 10 years, maize productivity has increased from about 1 or 1.2 tons to current 2.7 tons per hectare. Beans, about 10 years ago, we were getting about 400 kilos from a hectare, but now it's about 1.3 tons per hectare. We have seen also production levels for the different crops go up. For maize, for instance, from 2.8 million metric tons about 10 years ago to 4.6 million metric tons, almost doubling. And we know for maize, for instance, varieties grown by, the release varieties are grown by 4.5 million households, and 60% of this is actually exported, generating 85 to 90 million US dollars in export revenue per year. Rice is another success story that about 20 years ago, rice would be consumed maybe once or twice or 3 times a year on average in a family. But we have seen production grow over the last 15 years, threefold almost, from about 110,000 metric tons to 390,000 metric tons. And that has driven us to about 60 to 70% self-sufficiency of rice as a country, that we grow our own rice. We import less rice now, and that gives us a saving over 100 billion shillings, because a lot of money was being spent on importation of aromatic rice, basmati rice, but we have our own varieties bred from NaCRRI here that are even more aromatic with more appealing consumer traits. So a lot of our rice is now locally produced. And part of that is attributed to the new varieties we have released. We have hybrids and multiple harvest rice variety. The rice variety you can harvest 2-3 times in its life cycle. So in a year you can get up to 9 to 10 tons per hectare. I talked about beans already, but beans export value has also significantly increased, between 54 million to 70 million US dollars per year. And we are convinced this is largely because of the genetics, the new varieties that we have introduced. It's not about, if it was about rain, there are other parts of the world that have better rains. So that is part of the contribution. We are focused also a lot on biofortification to address malnutrition, hidden hunger. So we have, for most of our crops, we have developed biofortified crops varieties. We have the orange flesh sweet potato, which is rich in provitamin A. The most recent that we think by end of this year, we should have varieties released, purple-fleshed sweet potato varieties. We are planning to release 3, and they are rich in a compound called anthocyanin. This is a group of antioxidants that's very, very vital and important for heart health and our immunity. We have also biofortified cassava, zinc and iron-rich beans, provitamin A-rich maize, and black rice. If you have not seen black rice, please pass by our stall. It's a new type of rice that is also soon hitting the market. It's very rich in anthocyanin. It's a functional foods, very good for our health and for our nutrition. NAMLONKE or NaCRRI has been most known for its work that led to the control of deadly crop pests and diseases. The moderator talked about cassava mosaic disease epidemic in the 90s and early 2000s, where the national incidence at that time was about 64%. About 10 years later, through our interventions of disseminating resistant varieties, we brought that down to 20%. And that meant reducing the losses from about 60 million US dollars per year to about 30. The story of water hyacinth. In the early 90s, many water bodies, especially Lake Victoria, was covered by this water weed called water hyacinth. An issue and the policy direction that time was bring combined harvesters, use herbicides to spray. They had very limited success. But we had work using weevils as biological control agents. That was done from here, led by Dr. James Ogwang, one of the former directors. He is unable to join us today. And that led to the control of that water weed. And the weed was already impacting electricity generation, fishing activities, and also water transport. So the water bodies were restored. We have the other pest of fall armyworm, which we have controlled through integrated pest management practices, maize lithonecrosis, but also cassava mosaic disease. All this litany of pest and disease outbreaks and epidemics are under control thanks to the work done at this institute. I talked about our seed systems. We do a lot of work that leads to increasing access of quality seed for the crops that we work with. And that is what drives the adoption of a number of these crops and the impacts that we see. So this scaling work is where we are increasing our efforts to partner with private companies through NaCRRI's institutional commercialization strategies. So a number of our crop varieties here have actually been licensed to private sector. And we know for sure that, for instance, 80% of certified seed, maize seed, on the market, on the Ugandan market, is served by maize varieties developed at this institute. And on our part is really to provide continuous supply of early generation seed, do the market intelligence, to give us feedback to get the next version of varieties, but also variety maintenance and replacement, because we know that varieties actually have a lifespan. After a couple of years, they ought to be replaced. Where we still have a lot of hurdles is seed systems of the vegetative propagated crops, cassava, sweet potato, yam. And because they are bulky, they are perishable, so our effort has been to increase the throughput. How can we increase massively planting material of these crops? So we are doing a lot of innovations which start off in the lab, because we have to clean off the mother plants of the viruses and pathogens. We might apply in tissue culture. We are now using this system called semi-autotrophic hydroponics, which is a simpler and cheaper and affordable way of massively producing plantlets, which we then move to the screen house before we can move it to the isolated field sites. So For all our breeding programs, we have challenged them to have traits they are breeding for industry. So when we go through our breeding work, at the late stages when we have identified some elite lines that are very promising, we screen them for their potential to give us value-added products. So we have a number of products actually on the market. We have flowers, we have this wine actually is from orange, purple flesh sweet potato. We have lager, we have orange flesh sweet potato bread. That is 40% sweet potato flour. So you're using only 60% wheat, topping it up with, you're using less sugar. That's important for us. We do a lot of promotional work to amplify our technologies through schools. On the extreme top left here is our work with the World Food Program in Karamoja, where we're promoting biofortified sweet potato varieties. We work with the government institutions. We work with farmers in different, we engage also at the high level with the stakeholders at the policy level. This one slide is just to demonstrate one of our success stories where we have used biotechnology to generate crop varieties. This is our work on cassava, where we've generated virus-resistant cassava that for the last 10 years or so, we have not seen any disease on them. So we are maintaining these within our facilities. Once the policy environment improves, these will be very readily available to roll out to farmers to address the virus disease problems. We have been involved in continuous infrastructure improvement. So right behind this tent is the Cassava Center of Excellence. We have the Biosciences Complex. And on this side behind us here is the Regional Rice Research and Training Center. We also have our field experimental sites well developed for rice. So these are things that were not there 75 years ago. And we have added this. The other area where we have significantly contributed is training at a very high level of PhD and masters. So this picture is our continental reach that we have trained 195 PhDs across 18 sub-Saharan African countries who come here. They do their research, thesis research with us here, and they go back. So that is on top of the internal capacity that we have built. Where do we want to go? We want to firmly position NaCRRI as a global crops research hub. We want to be industry-facing, market-oriented, nutrition and functional food focused for our crop variety and product development work. We want to harness more the inherent perennial growth habit of crops, that we can harness more from a crop once we plant it without having to disturb the soil. Many times we are making significant advances on perennial rice for this one, but also we think we can still get more yield out of our crops, can increase the yields, but also we want to focus on the industrial traits. We would like to increase our high throughput and the high throughput and efficiency of our quality seed production systems. There's still a lot of unmet seed demand. We want to be using a lot of and deploying big data digital tools remote sensing and AI for development of high-value crop technologies. We're already using AI to phenotype our breeding lines. We want to be focused on innovating for climate resilience. We are having a big focus on eco-friendly, nature-based, sustainable crop production products, including strengthening our work on using microbes to develop crop protection products. We're already doing that. And also biostimulants. We are focused on continuous improvement and modernizing of our crops research. We want to go into fully into using modern tools like genome editing, crop nutrient and quality profiling. We want to build and strengthen on our leadership in the generation and commercialization of crop varieties. We really want also to expand and sustain our collaborations and partnerships. I'll skip the challenges. I'll go to the last slide that I would like to call everyone to be attentive. This is the most important for me. We have two prayers. The first prayer is for financing. All the good things we would like to continue doing require financing. The first area I want to invest in is a roots, tubers, and banana seed innovations and production facility to support industry. We want an end-to-end crops commercialization project that links research, seed production, crop production, industry, and the market. We are faced with a lot of demand from stakeholders for training. So our third area is a modern knowledge center to meet the increasing demand for training, skilling, and conference facilities. Very many farmers, very many youth and other stakeholders still want to come to NaCRRI for their training. We don't have good enough facilities to host them. And also, we request for increased staffing to support our innovations and operational efficiency, given the expanding mandate. We have so many. I fear to present this slide because I'm sure I've left out some partners. We have so many funding partners, scaling partners, and innovation partners. These are just a few key ones I picked to highlight here. Happy celebrations of 75 years of NaCRRI. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titus. Colleagues, having listened through, I think you can now confirm that in this country, it is close to impossible to assemble a meal without components that have gone through directly and indirectly through the hands of NaCRRI. It is not possible. We shall have it after 2 minutes. So sometimes you get offended and annoyed when somebody asks you that, you NaCRRI people, what are you doing? We are not seeing you on the ground. Those people forget that actually the energy they are using to make those statements is derived from products developed by NaCRRI. We want to congratulate NaCRRI for having made that contribution. Colleagues, this country has a vision, and that vision is 2040, clearly articulated. And our vehicle to achieve this vision is through a series of national development plans. And in this year, we started the implementation of the 4th National Development Plan. which has set the aspirations very clear in that plan. But one of the commitments in that plan is to promote and enhance agro-industrialization through promoting growth and expansion of agro-based industries. The next presentation is going to demonstrate to you how NaCRRI has positioned herself to contribute and to act as a driver to stimulate agro-industrialization. This presentation is going to be delivered by a globally recognized, celebrated scientist, Dr. Yona Baguma. Dr. Yona Baguma, before he joined the leadership cadre of NaCRRI, he started as a scientist in this institute. So he was here. And during his time as a researcher, active researcher, he focused on understanding starch synthesis in cassava. And his works directed and guided the cassava breeders to develop varieties with a high starch turnover. Today, because of his works, cassava starch has been recognized and identified as a niche product for export markets. And to be able to tap into that market, the government of Uganda has actually financed the construction and establishment of a mega cassava starch production and processing facility at NaCRRI, with a capacity to take in 500 metric tons of cassava on a daily basis. This wouldn't have been possible without the efforts and the works of Dr. Yona Baguma, who spearheaded the work related to cassava starch. Dr. Yona concluded his PhD in 2004 in Sweden, and because of his brilliance, the university requested him, actually not requested, but pleaded with him to remain in Sweden, offering services in Sweden. He refused that offer, and take note, this is not a common trait in the current generation. He refused that offer and came back to serve NaCRRI and the country. When he came back, he forgot all the fancy life and the beautiful life he was in Sweden. He came back here. He told me one time that when he came back, the means of transport to conduct research here was a tractor. They were using tractors actually to actually travel to Kampala because there were no transport means. Neither did they have sufficient research infrastructure. He made a commitment that I'm going to support this country and transit the agricultural research system into a globally referenced research system. Today, NaCRRI is ranked as the second best research institution on the continent. And this, in part, has been attributed to Dr. Yona Baguma. Please join me to welcome Dr. Yona Baguma to offer the next presentation.
Thanks so much, Dr. Mugerwa. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol because of time. But in a very, very, very special way. Let us join hands to congratulate Namulonge for having moved a journey of 75 years. And further, let us join hands to thank all of us, to thank ourselves, because this journey has been a joint collective effort. So let us join hands to thank ourselves. We know, and we are told, that Namulonge, the day started in 1947. And we know that this journey actually started under a mvule tree as you go towards Nakinsasa. That's when the locals then, who were the owners of this land, had a negotiation with the government then that let this land be set aside for research in this country. We want to heartily thank the family of the NaCRRI that set aside this land for the purpose of agricultural research. We further know that on that day, they were able to start the journey of constructing facilities at this institute. And we are told that the first three structures that were constructed, one of them is the current horticulture block, one of them is the house next to the gate, and one of them is the house at the valley where they had to install a water pump. The journey then started, and this journey lasted 3 years. From 1947, 48, 49, 1950. At that time, the institute emerged very beautiful, like we've seen it, and the powers then officially opened this institute, as we've been told by the director, on the 9th of November, 1950. It should be noted that opening the gates of this institute sent a wave across the world. It was excitement to the extent that when you read in Nature at that time, the event was captured as one of the most historical moments in the world at the time. We want to thank the government at that time. We want to thank the Kingdom of Uganda at that time. And we want to thank the British at that time, the Cotton Empire, for having rendered that support that made this institute to emerge. This institute started a journey through the 50s, through the 60s, and what do we see? We see in the 1960s the first maize variety being released. And that was the variety Queen. It was named after the Queen. I'm not sure that was the Queen of Uganda or the Queen of the United Kingdom, but was named Queen. And it had a yield of around 600 kilograms per hectare. Mark that. A yield of 600 kilograms per hectare. At that time, that was news. That we made a breakthrough with a high-yielding maize variety. We see another journey whereby we had to release the cassava varieties, the cassava, what we called Bokalasa varieties, 7, 8, 9, and 11. Again, that was news. The institute moved at a rate of growth until the 1980s. And we see in 1983, 1984, 1985, this institute going through a very terrifying moment. At that time, those who were here, they were able to witness colleagues at that time who served this institute being picked during day and being killed during daylight. We are told at that time, in 1985, it is at that time that this institute was completely deserted. When one staff was picked from here, purportedly having a list of bandits, yet after this list was a list of Christians in the Church of Uganda. Then they assumed that actually he was having a list of bandits. And when they killed him, all those who were on the list abandoned the institute. At that time, the institute was abandoned. And the institute started a journey of recovery in 1987. In 1987, when we received a new government in 1986, the institute started to stagger, get back. But in 1987, the institute started to stand. Fellow Ugandans and fellow well-wishers, I want you to note, at that time, we had well-dedicated leaders in this country. And allow me to acknowledge the director I found at this institute, Dr. Kintu Kwonka, in 1988. Dr. Kintu Kwonka was that director who moved on a tractor as a director to come and provide leadership as a director. And he's right here, Dr. Kintu Kwonka. I want to acknowledge your leadership. You would move on a tractor. Actually, I recall it was an IMT tractor. Very ugly looking tractor. And then you'd get and render leadership. At that time, we are glad and happy that he rendered leadership. And immediately, we got one of the most brilliant Ugandans no longer with us, Dr. Israel Kibirige, IKS. With us, we used to call him a member. Wherever you would go, you used to talk about member. He was such a nice social person, but very intelligent. And he would present himself as Kafulu. The word Kafulu means someone who is highly talented and skilled. And that was the person who instilled a sense of critical thinking moving forward for this institute. And shortly, we were joined by other gallant, brilliant people. Allow me again acknowledge Dr. Vincent Okoth, who is seated here with us. Allow me also acknowledge, and I've been able to see Dr. Cyprian Ebong, who is also seated here with us. As young people, when we joined this institute, these people gave us a sense of hope. They gave us a sense of hope to be able to serve the country. We looked at them as fountains of knowledge. And in fact, like Cyprian Ebong, the late Director General referred to him as a philosopher. He was referred to as a philosopher. The journey moved on, and then we see this institute starting to get hope. And the one who brought hope to this institute is Dr. Teresa Sengoba. With all due respect, allow me to request Dr. Teresa Sengoba again to stand up for recognition. Dr. Sengoba found again in this institute surrounded with bush. Fellow colleagues and friends, where we are here today, this was all bush. And the institute then had only one tractor, which tractor was used for slashing, which tractor was used for ferrying water, which tractor was being used for ferrying firewood for staff, and which tractor was being used for ferrying a director. That's the journey we have moved. We have not moved it alone. We want to acknowledge the government of the people of the United States when they started a program of USAID. It was this program that brought about a new face, both at this institute, at NaCRRI, and at Kawanda. And for this institute, we ought to remember heartily Charles Simpkins. He did a great job for this institute. May his soul rest in eternal peace. He would run up and down around this institute. He did a great job. We thank him for that. We moved on, and we started a path of research. And as we started the path of research, the president of this country visited in 1987, visited Kawanda. And when he visited Kawanda, he gave them a bus. And for Namlonge, he gave us a pickup. But something about this pickup, it was the only pickup at that time at this institute. And the drivers lined up to drive that pickup. They would come early morning at around 4 a.m. Whoever would arrive first, then would drive the pickup. Those days are behind us. We need to thank the government. We need to thank all of you development partners that those days are behind us. Like the director has said, we started a journey of research. Maize research, cassava research, sweet potato research, onwards. For maize research, allow me again acknowledge Dr. Dennis Kietere and his team. The young people and researchers who are here. Dr. Dennis Kietere and his team, at a time like now, they are busy in the field pollinating maize, putting on gumboots. They are busy in the field weighing maize. We need to learn from this, the generation today and the generation ahead. I want to acknowledge amidst us the father of sweet potato, and that is Dr. Robert Mwanga. I saw him around. Dr. Robert Mwanga, he did a great job. We want to thank you so much, and for having mentored people like Dr. Goret Semakula, Dr. Yada, and many others who came after you. A message out of this: as we serve, we should mentor others. We need to mentor others to take away from us. I want to acknowledge heartily, Dr. Tim Nape. I'm not sure whether he's around, but also Dr. Anthony Bua. I've seen Dr. Anthony Bua. These are people who guided us as we served on CASAP program. Dr. Anthony Bua, he should be remembered that when I collapsed in the gardens of Nakasongola, he's the one who picked me up. Dr. Anthony Bua. He should be remembered. Working under hot sun, without water to drink, and then you end up losing energy. Dr. Anthony Bua, I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge and thank heartily, Dr. Cyprian Ebong. Dr. Cyprian Ebong, he is actually the person who mapped a new journey for livestock research in this country. Dr. Cyprian Ebong, we want to thank you. I'm not sure whether we have the mother of pastures, Professor Jole Kabirizi. I'm not sure whether she's around, but she did a great job. We move a journey, and we realize that we should emerge as a center of excellence across the world. And we should work very well with the partners. And Dr. Fino Pio, and under the leadership of the DG then, they go into negotiation. And they negotiate with the government of Japan. And the government of Japan, under JICA support, they give us this very nice facility, the Center of Excellence for Rice Research. We want to extend a word of thanks to Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, for the great work and the great support you've given to this country. We want to acknowledge we cannot be alone. Rice research in this country was started by people from the Republic of Korea. And there are the people who brought in a tractor here, and there are the people who set out the trials in the valley. And today, I want to acknowledge the director of COPIA here with us for the great work you're doing in Doho. It's called Cho. Doho he has now decided to call Doho Rice number 1. So Cho, I want to thank you so much for that great work. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Dr. Fino Pio, who was able now to consolidate the hope seeded by Dr. Sengova. And I further want to acknowledge the leadership of Dr. James Ogwang, who allowed ideas to flow and who was able to grow this hope. I want to thank the leadership of Dr. Godfrey Asea, where we see the hope maturing. And now the leadership of Dr. Titus Archai, where we see impact, the fruits of this hope. What do we learn from this journey of 75 years at the level of leadership? As you lead, seed hope, the hope that should have impact. All the past leaders of this institute, we want to congratulate you. We want to thank you for holding the lamp and the light that has seen this country have food security, have economic security, have environmental security, and have, above all, nutrition security and national security. Allow me to acknowledge the leadership and the service of all the staff of this institute. I will not be able to name one by one, but it is your work that has contributed to the stability of this country. There can't be stability in this country without food. There can't be stability in this country without nutrition security. The work of all the science is highly acknowledged. The work of all our development partners is highly acknowledged. Permit me also at this juncture acknowledge the exemplary leadership of the first Director General of NaCRRI, Professor Joseph Mukibi. We call him the father of NaCRRI. He was able to work. He was able to work and establish NaCRRI. And through his leadership, we see what we have here today. But with his wisdom, he guided then that let universities work together with research institutes. It's not by accident that today we have a very strong collaboration between universities, local universities, regional universities, international universities with NaCRRI. That leadership over the years, with all my predecessor director generals, Dr. Dennis Kietere, here with us, I want to humbly recognize you, and colleagues who are here. Whenever I see Dr. Dennis Kietere, I'm always humbled. Why? He helped me to stabilize in NaCRRI. I didn't have money at that time. I could not even afford the money for transport. But he gave me a lift on his pickup. And would go on a pickup through Matuga, through this road, the dirty road, come back here. Dr. Kietere, I want to thank you so much. But above all, when I was taking my scholarship for a PhD, I was nominated by Dr. Teresa Sengova, and I was confirmed by Dr. Dennis Kietere, who was the DG then. I'm here to serve. And if I have mistakes, those mistakes are yours. So I want to thank you so much for that great work. As NaCRRI, with this level of leadership that we've seen, we have been able to emerge NaCRRI as a global strategic leader. We have been able to emerge NaCRRI as that reference entity that most partners, be it private sector, be it development partners, would wish to associate with. And I want to acknowledge that it is the leadership, the staff, the governance that has made this to happen. The leadership, the commitment of staff, and the governance that has made this to happen. The political leadership and the overall leadership of the country that has made this to happen. We should be proud as a country that we've been able to build one of the best institute on the continent. Let it be said, NaCRRI is one of the best research institutes on the continent. And has not come by accident. It has come as a result of commitment. The fruits of these institutes have fermented industries. For some of us who enjoy sitting outside in the evening on some brownie bottles, the product is NaCRRI. For some of us who enjoy sitting around some pots, again, the product is NaCRRI. For some of us who are lucky to take bread with the tea, part of that product is this institute. For some of us who like taking good sweet coffee, that product is NaCRRI. We see NaCRRI, and in particular this institute, being the engine of our agro-industrialization. We want to thank all of you. And as NaCRRI, we are committed to keep on the path of growing our support, growing our contribution to agro-industrialization. We shall only be happy to celebrate beyond 75 years. Our happiness will be when we see all Ugandans being able not to worry about what to eat. That will bring happiness to us as NaCRRI. When they are able to use all our varieties, we'll be happy when we see all Ugandans being able to find what to attend to their needs in terms of money using the products of NaCRRI. Because agro-industrialization is intended to create jobs, innovations for jobs. We'll be happy through NaCRRI if we continue stabilizing the security of this country. I want to share with you that on the front of crops, we are a leader. On the front of livestock, we are emerging as a leader, notably with breaking through products like the NaCRRI vaccine and many other products. On the front of fisheries, we are a center of excellence on the African continent. On the front of forestry, we lead. And on the front of all other laboratory applications, engineering, soils, we are all there. We want to thank the journey we've moved with all development partners. We want to thank the contribution of the World Bank. We want to thank the contribution of the government of the United Kingdom, European Union. We want to thank the contribution of the Gates Foundation. We want to thank the contribution of all partners. And above all, we want to thank the vision and the support of His Excellency the President of this country for the guidance he has given to NaCRRI and believing in us. For God and my country, I submit, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we need to give the Director General another round of applause. That is a kind of speech you deliver and they say you are free to drop the mic. Thank you so much, DG. So who should I call next? Okay. Thank you very much. My tenure as the facilitator for this session has been temporarily cut short, and we are going to, first of all, stop with the presentations so that we are able to listen to our chief guest, who has another program shortly after here. But before we go into that, there are two take-home messages from Dr. Yona's speech. The first take-home message is a challenge to the current young generation. We have been taken through the hurdles and difficulties which our seniors have gone through to make the institution what it is today. The question for the current generation is, are we ready to go through the same challenges? If our seniors engaged in research at the time when they were using tractors as the means of transport, how come the youth of today are hesitant to engage in agriculture at the time when the mechanization is taking shape? So we need to think through that and know that as we serve, we should have a purpose of making a contribution to humanity. Making a contribution to humanity. If our seniors did not commit at that time, many of us wouldn't be here today. They have recognized Dr. Boa, and he told me the time when he started research in NaCRRI. He asked me a question that at that time when I started the research, where were you? I told him I was in baby class at that time. But we are here today because of the effort they put in to make the institution a conducive institution to work for and to work in. Please give these people another round of applause. Also want to make a plea that quite often we see people being recognized for the work they have done and being given medals on national events. The people that have been made today have not appeared on those platforms. Yet, the food security system of this country is actually as a result of their commitment and dedication. We want to request the leadership of the ministry and the country to consider recognition of these people as national heroes. With that, I want to hand over the microphone to the moderator to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudik. Let's give him a round of applause. Dear guests, we are moving fast on the remaining speeches for today. And at this juncture, I want to take the honor to invite our development partners to come and deliver their remarks, starting off with a representative from the World Bank. After which we'll have CG and the WFP. World Bank representative.
Thank you very much. I know that we need to catch up with the time, so I will keep my speech shorter. I'm new in Uganda. I still need to learn how to deliver these beautiful speeches. I think there's space for me to learn. So first, thanks a lot for invitation. What a beautiful big event. I think the already walk towards here was a big testament of the partnership and innovation that NaCRRI is providing not only to Uganda, but across the region and beyond. So big congratulations on this special day. The World Bank is very proud to be part of your journey from the beginning and continue to support through the Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project. And we are looking forward to further collaborate through a new World Bank's AgriConnect initiative and linking NaCRRI with the other private sectors, especially through a more holistic support. And I will stop here because we have 3 different development partners, so I would like to ask them to continue and congratulate on this special day.
Okay. Good afternoon. I think, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the existing, protocols. My name is George Mahuka. I'm working with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. We are being hosted by NaCRRI, and our offices are just across the road. So we have a long history working with the NaCRRI and with NaCRRI. I'm here on behalf of the CGIR. And we have it is our pleasure to be part of this celebration. I mean, marking the existence of NaCRRI for the past 75 years. I would really like to take this opportunity to congratulate the NaCRRI DG, Dr. Yona Baguma, and also the NaCRRI Director, Dr. Titus, for this historic milestone in the event of NaCRRI. I think indeed this is very historic, and when you look at it, it attests to the relevance that NaCRRI has in doing research. And if you are looking through all the work that has been presented by Dr. Titus, the products that are coming out from NaCRRI, it's really it's really impressive, and we hope that NaCRRI continues to do that type of work. The CGIR is composed of 15 centers, and here in Uganda is hosting 6 of those. We have the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, where I'm working. We also have the Alliance for Biodiversity and SEAT, the International Potato Center, the International Food Policy Research Institute, Africa Rice, and the International Livestock Research Institute. And all these institutions have been working with the NaCRRI and the NaCRRI, depending on their mandates. Just to give 1 or 2 examples, for example, SEAT has been working here. We saw the the number of varieties of bean that have been released has been bringing in some germplasm from Latin America, where bean is it was domesticated, and they've also been working to increase productivity, work on enhancing micronutrients, the iron-rich beans that have been released. If we look at the IITA, Dr. Titus talked about cassava. IITA started this work in 1992, and it came in partnering with the NaCRRI to address cassava mosaic disease, which had devastated cassava production here in the country. And with the germplasm that was introduced by IITA, together with the subsequent work, the research that was done between IITA and NaCRRI, cassava was rescued. And right now, we are happy because there are several varieties that have been produced, and the people now, because cassava is one of those major crops, they are still enjoying cassava. Africa Rice is here with us today. The country representative of Africa Rice is here today. And NaCRRI, they've been working also bringing in some new varieties of rice, supporting the improvement of rice varieties. We saw sweet potato, we saw Irish potato. That is part of the work that the International Potato Center has been doing, working closely with the NaCRRI and the NaCRRI. The International Livestock Research Institute is doing quite a lot of work in the livestock value chains, and I think they are going to be moving over to be with the Animal Center here to have better collaboration and coordination. And of course, the International Food and Policy Research Institute helping with the policy and also working with the bringing in biofortification to address the micronutrient deficiency through Harvest Plus. One of the things also that the CG has been doing, realizing that it is very important, capacity building is really important. There are a lot of neuroscientists that have gone through the CG, have been trained with the help and support of the CG, and they've obtained masters and PhDs. In addition, the CG has been working closely with NaCRRI and with NaCRRI in terms of infrastructure and acquiring equipment. So these are just a few of the examples of some of the work that has been going on. And I think we'd really like to thank NaCRRI and NaCRRI, because without them, we would not be where we are today. The partnership and the collaboration that we have has made a difference. We know that there is a lot that needs to be done, especially as we are facing the effects of climate change. The CG is committed to working with NaCRRI and with NaCRRI, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration. We know that if you have to go far, first you go alone, but if you have to go far, you work with others. And for us, it's this journey that we are on together with the NaCRRI and the NaCRRI, because we know that we have to go far. Once again, on behalf of the CG, would like to congratulate NaCRRI on this milestone and the years ahead of partnership, of collaboration to enhance science and contribute to addressing some of the challenges faced by our farmers. We wish NaCRRI a bright and prosperous future, and we tell them that we are with you, we stand with you, and together we can go very far. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Marcus Pryor. I'm the Deputy Country Director for the World Food Programme here in Uganda. Honourable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on established protocol. I always enjoy my visits to Namulonge, although my last one a couple of months ago was a very sad occasion because my golf game was in a terrible state. But today is a much more auspicious occasion as we sit on the fifth fairway of the beautiful golf course here. It's a real honor to join NaCRRI and NaCRRI in celebrating 75 years of pioneering crop research and innovation. It's a remarkable milestone that reflects NaCRRI's unwavering commitment to agricultural transformation and food security. WFP and NaCRRI and NaCRRI have enjoyed a long working relationship. We've supported the organizations to scale transformative innovations to complex regions such as Karamoja, as the director highlighted earlier, regions that face some of the highest rates of food insecurity and undernutrition in Uganda. Karamoja is at the front line of climate shocks, it has poor soils in many areas, limited market integration, and fragile livelihoods. And for too long, humanitarian assistance has plugged the gaps through short-term solutions. But together with NaCRRI and NaCRRI, WFP is investing in sustainable climate-smart solutions that nourish communities today and strengthen resilience tomorrow. Together, we've scaled climate-smart agricultural practices amongst smallholder farmers across Karamoja. We've scaled up production of biofortified and high-yielding varieties like orange flesh sweet potatoes in particular, and in the process brought smiles and nutrition to school-going children of Karamoja. And we've invested in NaCRRI's mechanization program, deploying subsidized tractor tillage services, helping WFP support our smallholder farmers to scale up agricultural production. The joint effort has improved market access, reduced post-harvest losses, and enhanced resilience for smallholder farming households, not only in Karamoja, but also in areas such as West Nile, Teso, and southwestern Uganda, where we focus our humanitarian support. So as we honor NaCRRI's legacy, WFP, we reaffirm our commitment to deepen this partnership and scale transformative innovations that will shape the future of Uganda's agri-food systems. Congratulations to NaCRRI and to NaCRRI on this remarkable achievement. We wish you a very happy 75th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our partners, development partners that we work with through this research work. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite a round of diplomatic representatives, and I take the honor now to invite the representative of the UK Embassy, after which we'll have the Japanese ambassador address us. UK?
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, chief guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ralph Weir. I'm from the British High Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to make remarks, and please let me stand on protocol already observed. Now, I was in London a few weeks ago talking to some of the UK government's real experts in agricultural research, and they emphasised to me the same things I've heard from a number of speakers today of how far NaCRRI and NaCRRI are respected as centres of expertise and excellence across the region. So I'm very happy to be here to celebrate this milestone with you. Now, as Dr. Alashai and Dr. Baguma said, the UK has quite a long history here working on agriculture and working with you on this. And we are doing that through research partnerships, business links, and development programs, including our £39 million Climate Smart Jobs programme, which is working to support climate resilience of smallholder farmers and agro-industrialisation. Now, in a country like this, where most of the population depends so closely on agriculture, and which is so vulnerable to climate change, this research is crucial to protecting food security and the livelihoods of millions. Now, your work on research to adopt and adapt agricultural practices, to protect harvests, increase productivity, and climate resilience as weather becomes more unpredictable is so important. It's therefore been really positive to hear from my teams about how they are working with researchers here to look at climate adaptation and to discuss the kinds of metrics we need to think about now to ensure agricultural practices are viable in the future. For example, I hear from many farmers here, I'm planting coffee, this is going to generate good returns for me. Now, as you plant coffee or cocoa, it's an investment in your future and in your children's future. But we know that that plant will face a changing climate over its 50 to 60-year lifetime, rising mean temperatures, less predictable rainfall, more extreme hot days per year, and any of those variables could cause that plant to be less productive or to fail entirely. So research institutions like this can use climate models to assess those risks and advise government, businesses, researchers and farmers about which varieties will survive in future and where they will survive in future. That ensures that we will all make the right choices now about what we plant, about what we replant, to make sure those are resilient varieties, we do not regret those investments in future. Now, on my first weekend in Uganda, a year ago, I came to Namalonge and felt so at home in this big, beautiful green space. And I was here to look at a bit of work under our Uganda Climate Innovation Fund. Now, this supports researchers and businesses to take ideas from the lab to the field, out to market, which can benefit smallholder farmers. And several of those projects are already working with NaCRRI and NaCRRI institutions. Now, that fund has had 1,227 applications, which shows the number of ideas coming out of these institutions from these researchers, and the number of innovations growing in Uganda. It's also shown a challenge of translating ideas from the lab out into the market. So I was really encouraged to hear from Dr. Alachai and Dr. Yuguma this morning about the focus on market-orientated research, getting businesses into the lab so they're incentivized to partner with you and promote and scale them out into the field. Now to close, Professor Stefan Durkan from the University of Oxford, who's the former chief economist of my department, spoke a couple of months ago to a packed conference hall in Kampala about Uganda's tenfold growth development ambitions. Now, his catchphrase is that countries can choose to gamble on development. We can choose to make investments now, which will greatly pay off in future. Now, the UK sees this investment in agricultural research, development and innovation as a highly impactful investment, as the funds which we gamble on research projects now can be repaid many times over if those succeed in the future by making farming practices more productive and more resilient. So I would like to thank, as others have, the representatives of government, development partners, researchers, the private sector, farmers, for investing your time, your funding, your minds, and your effort into this agenda. Investing in this research is a gamble to support the productivity and climate resilience of farmers, agro-industrialization, and Uganda's national development. So thanks once again, and congratulations on this very impressive milestone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representative from the UK government, for those remarks. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, allow me take the honor to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan to Uganda, His Excellency Takuya Sasayama. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, honorable ministers, representative of NaCRRI, of course, and NaCRRI, all protocol observed. Thank you for having me as the part of the happy birthday for 75 times for NaCRRI. Unlike my colleagues from WFP, I have a good memory of this place, because this is the place I broke for the first time in Africa, 90. 87 was my best record in NaCRRI. Thank you so much, NaCRRI, for that as well. Well, the cooperation with Uganda in the field of agriculture goes back to more than 20 years, which is much shorter than the entire 75 years. But we go back to 2004, when Dr. Tsuboi came to Kampala, Uganda, and started promotion about the new rice for Africa, NaCRRI rice. This is, of course, to enhance the productivity of African rice producing, make the farmers more integrated into the money economy, and of course, improving the welfare, well-being of Ugandan farmers, not only in Uganda, but also in East Africa, and hopefully to the entire Africa. Since then, we have a training session for more than 40,000 farmers here as a capacity building. And now I heard from local LC1, LC5 MPs from the region that the farmers now better off with a good rice crop and make it their living better. Thank you so much. It was 10 years ago, or more than that, when our royal family visited Uganda. The Prince Akishino and his wonderful wife visited Kampala and paid a courtesy call to NaCRRI. Thank you so much for having our royal family here. Now we have a great team of JICA, headed by Dr. Miyamoto Kisho. He's a good, one of the students of Dr. Tsuboi, and a great successor of Dr. Tsuboi, and also a great golfer here, like Dr. Tsuboi. Now we have, looking into the future, we have several new projects under JICA's initiative to enhance the productivities and new way of production in the field of agriculture in Uganda, starting from NaCRRI and NaCRRI. I would like to just introduce one of them, is a biostimulant called, produced by Akuplanta. The production name is Sukipon. under the strong leadership of His Excellency, the Prime Minister Nabanja, is now making a great progress, and NaCRRI could be the center of production and the center for Africa to produce this new Japanese technology, biostimulant. Make the production with less water, resilient to the heat, and have a better harvest. We are looking forward to start the production as soon as next year. Thank you so much. So that's the short remarks of my thanks to NaCRRI, and congratulations once again for 75 years. Hopefully, we can continue our cooperation further into the future. Thank you once again.
Let's give His Excellency another round of applause in appreciation for his insightful remarks and for the support that we have with Japan as NaCRRI. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I'll now take the honor to invite the Chair Governing Council to come and deliver his remarks, after which we have the Permanent Secretary who will go on to invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us. Chair Governing Council.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Honorable Minister, allow me to also stand on the existing protocol to welcome all of you. My name is William Olahomkani, Chair of the NaCRRI Governing Council. By God's grace, allow me to welcome all of you to this 75-year of celebration of NaCRRI. Honorable Minister, when this center was being established in 1950, the year which followed, my mother got pregnant. And that was me in her womb. And the year which followed, I was born. And started growing. I remember at that time, our coins, we were using East African coins, and there was a coin with a hole. And it had King George on it from the British government, and Queen Elizabeth. So now I grew up like that. 6 years later, I joined P1. And when I joined P1, I think God gave me innovation very early to make money. So they used to harvest cotton. And I would go and glean the fields. Some people harvested carelessly and cotton dropped. I would get that, collect, and go and sell. And sell that cotton. And I remember I raised two shillings. And with the 2 shillings, I was able to pay for a shorts for uniform in P1. And that was the sort of cotton, starting from Namlonge. And the cotton was it was very important for economy in the Eastern Uganda. So I want to thank the British government for the vision to start this agricultural enterprise in Uganda. And I'm just sad that it has, because of cotton marketability globally, cotton has gone down. But it's our prayer in NaCRRI that cotton is again revived. Because I was checking what products can we get, the cotton value chain. has almost 21 products. But now our country is not playing big as far as cotton is concerned. Honorable Minister, allow me to say that the 75 years have been a great challenge for this institute, as the Director General said, and in the interest of time, I'll just be brief. But NaCRRI or Namlonge has been very important in agriculture in this country and also in the region, as we have heard from briefs from speakers, especially the moving speech by Director General, Dr. Yona Baguma. The products from this institute have touched the livelihoods and the economy of the country. So we cannot take it for granted. Allow me to thank the scientists. As you have heard from the briefs from Director General, some have passed on, some are still alive, but there has been a lot of effort, a lot of patriotism, a lot of teaching to younger people to learn from examples. Thank you so much, scientists. Thank you so much for those who are leaders here. Thank you so much for supporting and bringing this institute to where it is. I remember in 1969, when we came here when we were from school, to come and learn from Namlonge and Nakisasa. And we saw so many things and we were impressed. And we said we must be like this. So when I went to O-level and A-level, I said I must do agriculture-related at least profession. I did veterinary, livestock. And I'm here because of that impression I got from here. There has been great research here, which has impacted our people. Now, I'm a chair of, I worked in NaCRRI as a director also. I'm a product of NaCRRI, but now I'm recycled as chair of the council. But I want to say that NaCRRI had those challenges you have had. And NaCRRI, because of the growth and because of the importance to the country, Parliament had to enact an act of research to establish NaCRRI. And in this act, it was specified that there should be a governing council to oversee the research, to guide the scientists, to mobilize resources, to advocate for the institute, to the organization, so that as you hear and as you see, the huge resources in NaCRRI, the financial, the human, and infrastructure cannot just be left alone. We have to, the council has to guide scientists. The council has to make sure the resources are used properly, and especially finance, so that even our development partners appreciate that there is credibility, there is safety of whatever they are investing in the country in NaCRRI. So we have a governing council, and I'm a chair of the council. You have heard you have seen a few of the members who are here, and we are really very privileged to be here in NaCRRI, to serve NaCRRI, so that NaCRRI can be a strong and important organization to spearhead agricultural research. So, in the interest of time, allow me to thank government for entrusting us to oversee this great organization and to oversee agricultural research in the country as far as NaCRRI is concerned. So I want to end by really thanking directors of Namlonge, now the present director, who is Dr. Alichai, for standing in to establish this, to make sure this institute stands and serves in the capacity of making sure research is really strong. Allow me to thank the British government, which started this institute. And I want to say that the British started a very, very strong foundation for us here in Uganda. in terms of science, education. I'm a British, I always tell people that I'm British trained. And because I keep time, I like keeping time, because the British taught me how to keep time and to work hard. You have heard from the stories here that some scientists were even using lorry tractors to can't work. This is because of the impact and the strengthening of the scientific, teaching background and discipline. Now, as I end, I want to appeal to all of us leaders here that the younger people we are now nurturing. As a council, we have employed a lot of people to strengthen research. The positions are still not yet filled, but a good number now, there's a very good number of scientists to ensure that this research is steered and strengthened. But I want to appeal to all of us as elders and as leaders. The younger people are getting out of hand, especially in Africa, for reasons I don't understand. And if we don't guide them properly, they will burn our country and our continent. You have seen what is happening in Kenya, in Tanzania, sometimes here also, in Chad, I think in Cameroon. We need to guide younger people so that they grow well. As a council, we are counseling younger people to make sure that they don't become aggressive and they do the work they are supposed to do. It is very hard to see. People are now they don't want even to dig because they think that this generation is not for digging. But really we have to dig, whether with the tractor or with the plow or with the hoe. And younger people must learn this. Someone found me digging, as you know, I'm a council chairman, and many people don't expect me to dig. But me, I was digging, weeding my horticulture. I said, Doctor, you can dig, you mean? Yes, we have to teach our younger people to learn. But my son, when I tell him to go to the garden, he doesn't want. My son. So you can see the danger we are going in as leaders, and especially in terms of agriculture. But also it means let us innovate mechanization, attractive mechanization, which can encourage our people. And this is now narrow to head mechanization, which is palatable to the younger generation. If they can't dig, they can use a working tractor and a tractor. And then the process continues. So really, I'm proud to be here, and I want to congratulate NaCRRI for the 70 years. We are almost the same age, and I'm promising that our council is going to work hard with development partners, with government, with those who support us, to ensure that agriculture is moving in the right direction. There's a lot of opportunity in Uganda, really. Those of us who have traveled to many countries, this country has a lot of opportunity for agricultural development. We shall need government support. We shall need collaboration from partners like CIGA, like donors and development partners, to ensure that Uganda does not just enjoy saying we have a big potential for agriculture, but that we produce products which can sell and improve the livelihoods of our people and our economy. With those few remarks, allow me again to say congratulations, NaCRRI, 75 years, and God bless you as you head ahead with us as a council to guide you and make you prosper for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Let's give the chair, NaCRRI Governing Council, another round of applause. Like you heard from him, he's an accomplished scientist, and his career has taken him places, not just locally here, but also regionally, African Union, and other international organizations. And now back to serve Uganda, to share knowledge that he has gathered through those many years of experience. We'd like to thank you, Chair. At this juncture, may I take the honor to invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries, here represented by the Under Secretary, Madame Mary Acha Orikiriza. Let's give her a round of applause.
Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the existing protocol. My name is Asha Mary Orikiriza, Under Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and More Industries and Fisheries. I'm here just as you've had to represent the Permanent Secretary, who is in another equally important engagement, but is with you. He had actually wished to be here, but he sent his apologies, but he sent the message for me to read to you. But before I read the message, I would like to say congratulations, NaCRRI. Congratulations. So this is the message, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. We are grateful for your presence here today and continued support to agriculture research and innovation. I congratulate NaCRRI on achieving 75 years of dedicated services to national and regional agricultural development. Research is pivotal in any country's development. I want to applaud you for the key milestones in improving crop varieties. I also want to applaud you for the breakthroughs in pest and disease management and your contributions to the food and nutrition security and climate resilience and rural livelihoods. I sincerely recognize the scientists, technicians, and support staff whose dedication has shaped this legacy. It is very clear that your milestones highly contribute to the national development and policy priorities of this country and are aligned with the national strategies like the NDP4, Vision 20, the Parish Development Model, and the National Agriculture Research Policy. We also note that NaCRRI's innovations directly support government priorities in enhancing agricultural productivity and agro-industrialization, and promoting import substitution and export diversification, and equally building resilience to climate change. We appeal to you to continue undertaking demand-driven research that addresses the societal and environmental challenges like climate change, food safety, and quality. This is also to acknowledge the vital role of collaborations with the National Agricultural Research Organization, universities, international research bodies, development partners, private sector, and farmer organizations. These partnerships have indeed amplified the Institute's impact through technology dissemination, funding, and capacity building. As we look ahead, I would like to reiterate the Ministry's commitment to support agriculture research as a driver of innovation and transformation, especially on emerging priorities like digitalization and data-driven agriculture, biotechnology and genetic improvement, climate-smart agriculture and sustainable growth, and strengthening and research extension farmer linkages. I therefore encourage continued investment in infrastructure, human capital, and innovation systems. I commend the leadership of NaCRRI and NARO for maintaining scientific excellence and integrity. This is also to urge all stakeholders, those are researchers, policymakers, private sector, and farmers, to sustain the momentum of innovation. I call for stronger resource mobilization to ensure research outputs are scaled to reach every farmer. As I conclude, I would like to reaffirm the Ministry's unwavering support to NaCRRI and the agricultural research fraternity. I want to thank our development partners who have supported the growth and the development of NaCRRI and NARO. As we celebrate 75 years of scientific excellence and service to our nation, let us look to the future with renewed commitment to make Uganda a hub of agriculture innovation, food security, and prosperity for all. Congratulations, and once again, congratulations for God and my country. Honorable Minister, it's now my honor to invite you to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary. In the interest of time, allow me to stand on the protocols established by the previous speakers. I'm known by the names Fred Buino Chakulaga. I'm the Minister of State for Agriculture, responsible for the crop subsector. But today, I'm here to represent the Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, whose statement I'll read verbatim. I first wish to apologize for not being able to physically attend this monumental occasion as our National Crop Resources Research Institute, NaCRRI, turns 75. Secondly, allow me to congratulate NaCRRI and specifically NaCRRI for the 75 years of agricultural research and innovation. This is not just a period of existence, but a period of feeding nations, building resilience in our agri-food systems through churning out numerous disease-resistant, nutritious, highly productive, and climate-resilient crop varieties. This also directly contributes to national development. During the recent inauguration ceremony of the NaCRRI Governing Council, I made my challenge to NaCRRI, and by extension to all the research institutes under you, clear. I made them clear. To be our vanguards when it comes to championing precision farming. You are now aware that the issue of climate change is no longer a distant story, but a reality we are dealing with even as a country. You have also continuously heard stories of people dying of hunger in some parts of the country, while in others, food is going to waste, pointing to issues of food distribution, but most importantly, area-specific crop and animal varieties. Nature is therefore challenging us to do more. As an institution, while we applaud you for the achievements over the years, we cannot afford to be complacent. We want more. We want to see areas that have continuously struggled with food shortage to be food secure. And we want to see growth in yields through not only better crop varieties, but also technologies that make farming easier, predictable, and affordable. To our partners in development who have been with my ministry and NaCRRI along this journey, I thank you But as with NaCRRI, I call upon you to do more, especially in areas that really constrain us as a sector, such as research and breeding infrastructure. As government and through MAIF, we will continue to play a supportive role in nurturing a transformative research ecosystem that responds to current and future needs of the country, the region, and the global market. It is good that scientists are now increasingly recognized. They are now increasingly recognized, and His Excellency the President has much faith in you to create the agri-products that will drive our food, feed, and nutrition security, but also economic development. Your task is to answer the call and drive production and productivity by continually advancing not just superior crop varieties and animal breeds, but also sustainable practices. I once again congratulate you, NaCRRI and NaCRRI in general, as well as all the partners that have contributed to this milestone. I also congratulate in a special way our scientists that have been at the center of this journey. Let us together continue to build a strong, resilient, and profitable agricultural sector. That's the statement from the Honorable Minister. On my part, I would like to state that I'm more happy to be back in Namlonge, because years back in the mid-1990s, one toe of 1 foot of my academic footsteps stepped here, particularly in the Legium program. And I'm happy I've seen Professor Tukamuhawa around. I saw him on a screen, and I believe that he's here. I would like to recognize him as the person who was supervising me as a student here. But at the same time, I would like, and this is the final part of my statement, I would like to express my happiness that NaCRRI has moved a journey that has been closely aligned with Uganda's economic development journey. For those of you who came earlier and have been listening to the presenters, you should have noticed that at the time when this institute started, in the late 40s and early 50s, at that time, we were under the British. And at that time, the economy of Uganda was annexed to that of the British. And it was quite narrow. And it was characterized by what we call the 3 C's and 3 T's. The 3 C's were coffee, cotton, and copper. And this institute was established to take care of the cotton. At that time, the people, Ugandans, in the money economy, were a mere 9%. 91% of the Ugandans were outside the money economy. And they were engaged in a traditional production to cater for their stomachs, just for food. As you are aware, the economic journey of Uganda has been long. When Uganda attained independence, it inherited that narrow economy. And unfortunately, in the early 70s, there was a change of government, and Uganda was for about 9 years ruled by a dictator. And during that time, even the narrow economy of the 3 C's and 3 T's totally collapsed. And the journey of NaCRRI that has been described here has always been aligned to that journey of Uganda. Later in 1986, when the current leadership came to power, the NRM embarked on a 5-phase economic journey. The first phase was economic recovery. The second phase, of course, the economic recovery meant reviving the collapsed 3 C's and 3 T's. Then the second phase was to expand so that you have more coffee, more cotton, more copper. Then the third phase was to diversify, to go beyond the 3 C's and the 3 T's. And by the end of the third phase, almost all the crops in Thank you very much for restoring and for clarifying that you indeed want me to deliver the message. So the fourth, of course, when I talk about diversifying, I mean abandoning the old notion of cash crops and food crops so that all the enterprises, whether it's milk, whether it is beef, whether it's banana, maize, cassava, sugarcane, all of them can be carried out as businesses. Then the fourth phase is value addition, emphasizing that we shouldn't sell our products as raw materials for others to add value and get a lot out of them. And then the final one, which we are just commencing, we are just entering into, is the knowledge economy. As I end my remarks, I want to call upon NaCRRI, I want to call upon NaCRRI to always keep those 3 phases of the economic journey of Uganda in their minds, so that you align your work with the economic journey of the country. I thank you very much once again, and on that note, I'll end my speech.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those remarks. Let's give the Honorable Minister another round of applause. And at this juncture, I want to invite the Director, Human Resource, Mr. Mark Seremba, to come and run us through the award session. And this award session is going to be conducted by the Honorable Minister, Commissioner Dr. Paul Mwambu, the Japanese ambassador, as well as the Chair Governing Council. Over to you, Mr. Mark Seremba.
Honorable Minister, in the interest of time, let me stand on the existing protocol. We have a total of 43 former members of staff that qualify for this certificate of award for excellent leadership. That team inspired and mentored scientists. As you know, Honorable Minister, NaCRRI service is above self, because plant and animal life is not any different from human life. It is 24 hours. Allow me to present to you first the category of former directors of research. The first is Dr. Vincent Okoth. Dr. Vincent Okoth acted as a director of this institute in 1982. It was a very short period, but a very difficult one to keep an institute alive. Dr. Vincent Okoth, or a representative. In case Dr. Vincent Okoth is not available, or is available. Thank you, Doctor, for keeping the institute alive during that very difficult time. The second one, Honorable Minister, is Dr. Agre Chintukonkwa. Dr. Agre Chintukonkwa, a great soil scientist who acted as director of this institute from 1983 to 1984. It was a short period, but a very difficult one to lead an institute. The third is a posthumous award. Third is posthumous award of Dr. Israel Chibirige Sebunya, former State Minister for Agriculture, was a plant breeder, was a director of research for this institute from 1984 to 1988, and he's known by the NaCRRI scientists as the father of Chrono Coffee. Yes, Honorable, welcome. Dr. Honorable, let. Next is Dr. Gad Gumisiriza. Dr. Gad Gumisiriza, a great plant breeder, was Director of Research in 1989, Chair, NaCRRI Advisory Committee, actually outgoing, and he laid the foundation for soybean research. Dr. Gad Gumisiriza. Okay. Next is Dr. Teresa Sengova. Actually, Director General talked about her achievements. A great plant pathologist, was Director of Research from 1990 to 1999, the founding team leader of Bean's research program. She built and retained a critical mass of bean researchers. Dr. Teresa Sengova. Next is Dr. Fina A. Opio, a plant pathologist. She headed the Regiums program, was Director of Research from 1999 to 2007, spearheaded the development and management practices for major diseases of the common bean. Next is Dr. James A. Ogwang. Dr. James is an entomologist, was Director of Research from 2007 to 2015, contributed immensely in biological control of invasive species, in particular water hyacinths. Next is Dr. Godfrey Asea, a renowned plant breeder, specifically maize, was Director from 2015 to 2022, and on his name he has 33 maize varieties. The next category, Honorable Minister, is for research scientists. And the first research scientist is Dr. George William Otim Nape, was here from 1988 to 1999, was a team leader for cassava program, worked as Deputy Director General Outreach from 1999 to 2003. He also acted as a Director General and spearheaded the fight against cassava mosaic disease in Uganda. So allow me to invite Dr. Mwambu, Commissioner Crop Certification and Inspection, to award the great scientists. Dr. George William Otim, are you with us, or a representative? Next is Dr. Bongs Priyan, was here from 91 to 2007, a great livestock scientist, worked as a Deputy Director General Quality Assurance, and mobilized a lot of resources for livestock systems and research in Uganda. Dr. Sprian. Next is Dr. Robert Obadiah Mwanga. Dr. Robert Obadiah Mwanga, plant breeder, team leader for sweet potato program, 1986 to 2009, headed the fight against potato virus disease. I've been reminded that he's a World Prize Food winner of 2016, Dr. Robert Obadia. Dr. George Bigirwa, a plant pathologist, team leader Cereals program, was here from 1988 to 2007, played a key role in developing control measures for maize diseases, development and release of disease-resistant maize varieties. Next is Professor Finhas Tukamuhabwa, plant breeder, 1986 to 2002, developed the bean seed system in Uganda and developed many soybean varieties which were released by NaCRRI and Makerere University. Next is Dr. Dennis Chetere. Dr. Dennis, a renowned plant breeder, team leader maize program, Director General NaCRRI 2005 to 2012. Most importantly, studied the genetics of maize streak virus. Next, Dr. Benson Odong, a great entomologist known for spearheading the fight against sweet potato weevil. Next is Professor Jole Kabirizi, pasture agronomist. Digi talked about her contribution in the area of. Next is Dr. Sophie Musana, plant breeder, team leader horticulture from 2007 to 2016, spearheaded evaluation and release of mango citrus varieties in Uganda. Next is Dr. Joseph Chikafunda, crop agronomist, developed management practices for maize production. Next is Dr. Yona Baguma. He was a senior principal research officer here, the highest level for scientists. He's known to have mentored a number of scientists here and mobilized resources. He was actually richer than this institute by the time he handed over power. Dr. Bua Anthony, an economist who headed root crops program, mobilized resources and revamped the Kige citrus scheme for research and production of citrus. Another category of posthumous awards, Dr. Justus Imanyuha was a plant breeder from 1971 to 2004, pioneered rice breeding in Uganda, released the first maize variety under NaCRRI. Dr. Justus, I don't know whether you have, there is a representative. Next is Dr. Johnson Hakiza, a plant breeder, 1994 to 2012, team leader Irish potato, conducted pioneering research in breeding for resistance to foliar disease of maize. Next is Dr. Anthony Palio, plant breeder, 2008 to 2012, team leader horticulture, spearheaded the cassava seed systems project for promoting access to quality cassava planting materials. The next category of awardees are technicians who will be managed by who? Palio's family. Okay, Palio's family. So next we call upon the chair, NaCRRI Governing Council, to come and award the technicians. In this category, we have Mr. Stephen Katende, who was a farm manager in 1985 and managed to protect our land. The next is Mr. Moses Luira, 1994 to 1999, played a vital role in development of bean seed multiplication. Next is Mr. Edward Muwanga, farm manager 1994 to 2006. He managed this big space very well. Next is Mr. Elizafan Kasozi, a great lab assistant from 1958 to 2024. The team managing gifts is asking me to go through a little bit. Next is Mr. Stephen Okanya. This is a posthumous award. Okanya is a posthumous award, was a technician from 1994 to 2015. Next is Mr. Yakubu Sekamwa. (1994 to 2025), played a key role in maintaining the soil unit. Next is Mr. Paul Kabai, senior technician, 1994 to 2025. Are you okay? Can I go ahead? Okay, next is Miss Agnes Alajo. (1994 to 2025). Next is Miss Jane Mukabalanga, Principal Technician, 1994 to 2023. You know, it's a bit hard to get a promotion as a technician in NaCRRI. By the time you get it, you must be an outstanding performer. Next is Mr. Joseph Orone, technician, 1994 to 2015. Next is Mr. Jacob Omara, senior technician, 1994 to 2016. Next is Mr. Majidu Walusimbi, 1994 to 2019 as a senior technician. Next is Mr. Alfredo Tim, Principal Technician, 1994 to 2015. Finally, in this category, Miss Mildred Alanyo, 1994 to 2015. Miss Mildred Alanyo, Alfredo team. The last category is for administrative staff and the Japanese ambassador to Uganda, will help us in passing over the awards to this category of staff. I'll begin with the posthumous award for Samuel Eyedu, who was an administrative officer 1994 to 2002. Mr. Samuel Eyedu, the posthumous award. Then again, another posthumous award for Mr. Lawrence Tabu. Mr. Lawrence Tabu was an estates manager from 1994 to 2007, and he's remembered for fighting illegal water connection. Samuel Eyedu. Next is Robert Chigundu, 1994 to 2021. He did a lot to create a harmonious working relationship between the institute and the community. Next is Mr. Ali Kabogoza, Senior Administrative Officer, 2005 to 2018. He encouraged many staff to go for further studies. Next is Ms. Rose Nasaka, 1995 to 2015. He was responsible for the catch envelopes. He served diligently as a cashier. Rose Nasaka. Finally, Ms. Teddy Babirie. Ms. Teddy Babirie worked diligently as a senior administrative assistant in the office of the Director General. And actually, she worked with 5 directors of research without any complaining. Guest of honor, that marks the end of this category after that photo. And next guest of honor, allow me to invite Dr. Titus, the Director of Research of this institute, to mention an exceptional publication for recognition. Dr. Titus.
Okay. Honorable Minister, this is a special recognition. There's no award for it, but it's one of the significant landmark achievements. This institute, as we noted earlier on, that our history has been dominated by fights against pests and diseases. One of those major pests attacks cassava. It's called cassava green mites. And one of our own, one of the most distinguished entomologists. People work with the studying insects. They are called entomologists. Mentored our team here at NaCRRI that was looking into how best to address this cassava green mite problem. It's mites like we have ticks on animals. So these mites, when they attack cassava, the leaves actually are stripped off. And we identified another insect that attacks that pest called a parasitoid. So that parasitoid was discovered for the very first time at this institute. And just yesterday, that work was published in the Journal of Natural History. So it's the most recent significant publication for NaCRRI. So the team discovered this parasitoid and decided to honor the person who mentored them in that work. That is none other than Dr. Ambrose Agona, who is the former Director General of NaCRRI. And in our world of life sciences, Honorable Minister, as you know, there has to be classification of these organisms. So in honor of Dr. Agona's work, the team decided to attach his name to the parasitoid. So as of yesterday, that parasitoid that attacks cassava green mites and effectively controls it has the botanical name or scientific name Encasia agona. So that is how that parasitoid is going to be referred to in the realm of science. And those are some of the scientists we collaborated with from UK. And it's our pleasure, Honorable Minister, to make this announcement in special recognition of that achievement at NaCRRI. Thank you. The next thing, Honorable Minister, I think since this morning, we have just been telling the story of NaCRRI. And when my Director General took to the podium, he had prepared a PowerPoint presentation. But when he started telling the story of this institute, I felt he did very, very well, and he would not have done that well if he had used this PowerPoint presentation. So we are writing a book, a legacy book that will capture our story over the last 75 years. It's close to getting out. And already the design is out, and it's going to be in honor of our legacy, the path that we have walked up to this point, and we hope it will inspire, it will stimulate those transformative innovations for crops as we go into the future. So through Director General, we would like to invite you, Honorable Minister, to come and sign this legacy book. And we promise that once the actual book is out,
Thank you.
So I'm honored to put my name and signature on the legacy book that will record or will give a record of the journey of NaCRRI for the last 75 years. So I hereby, is this down or up? So I hereby endorse.
To also invite other delegates. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, please. No, you're good. May I invite Your Excellency, Ambassador, Japan? Has he left? Okay, maybe he has signed out. Commissioner, Dr. Paul Mwambu, you can sign off. Under Secretary UK, please come and sign off. UK representative. Kenyan High Commission, please come and sign off. We work very closely with the Agricultural Research Institute in Kenya, very, very strongly. So it's an honor to have you here today. The delegation from Denmark, are we here? Very good. Uganda Kingdom. Uganda Kingdom. Uganda Kingdom, please come and sign off. Right. Do you have a representative from the government of the People's Republic of China? Please come and sign off. Please come and sign off. Very strong partnership under the South collaboration. Let's sign off. We have the Vice Chancellors who are here with us. 2 Vice Chancellors, please come and sign off. Vice Chancellors. The Vice Chancellors, please come and sign off. Oh, Bukadef. Thank you for coming. We have a very strong partnership with Bukadef. Vice Chancellors, you're most welcome. Let's give them a round of applause. We have a very strong partnership with the private sector. Allow me invite the CEO, NaCRRI. I saw him around earlier today. Okay, is NaCRRI still here? Some foods. Dr. Dennis Ngabirano, are you still around? The CEO, Sam's Foods. Pearl Bank, formerly Post Bank. Equity Bank, are you here? Equity Bank. Representative from the Republic of South Korea. Korean government, please come and sign off. Oh yeah. Mr. Ngabirano, CEO Sam's Foods, wave to the people, they want to see you. If you are a favorite within Sam's Foods, that's the gentleman behind the company. May I invite Jaika to come? Jaika, Koika, Kopia, please come and sign off. As we head to cutting the cake, we'll have a group photo, then we go for tree planting, and then lunch. So we are towards the tail end. IITA, are we here? SIP is SIP here? Biodiversity, please come. SEAT, Africa Rice. We got a goodwill message all the way from headquarters in Cote d'Ivoire, from Africa Rice. Iri, please come and sign off. We have the Deputy Coordinator for Operation Waste Creation, Major General Mwanguzi, GK. Please come and sign off. Deputy Coordinator, OWC, you're most welcome. Afande Mwanguzi, it's good to see you here. Okay. May I now invite the council members led by the Chair Governing Council, and all the council members, please come and append your signatures on this board. The cake team, please get ready. Get set. It's coming here. Okay. Start the journey towards this side. The table should be moving closer here. Chair and members of Advisory Committee, NaCRRI, please. This is your moment now. Advisory Committee, NaCRRI. Chair, Advisory Committee, NaCRRI. It's your moment and your team to sign off. And for all those that have missed signing off, this book is going to be available at the entrance of the tent. Feel free to append your signature there. We also have a photo booth as you get in here or as you get out. Look on your immediate right where you see NaCRRI at 75. That is a photo area. Please make sure you're taking photos, and we'll be glad if you're posting those on your social media and tag us. Thank you so much. We now move into the session of cutting the cake. DG will be the last to sign off. Dr. Yona Waguma. DG Asembayo. You now know why the DG, Dr. Yona Waguma, needs no presentation to do his presentations. Things flow freely and with accuracy. That's a huge talent. Thank you so much, Dr. Yona Baguma, for signing off. And he's been the man guiding on all these preparations, guiding us on what should take place, what shouldn't miss out, which guests should never miss. We thank you so much, Dr. Yona Baguma, for that guidance. Cutting cake now, and I want to invite the Honorable Minister, Chair Governing Council, DG, Your Excellency the Ambassador, to come and preside over this session. If you don't see any fireworks, it's because it's still during daytime. But if you returned here at around 8 p.m., we'll be blowing some fireworks in the air. For now, let's do the cutting of the cake. You want more manpower? The cake has been dropped in narrow colors. That beautiful cake was done by Bake For Me, and I'm told it incorporates our research outputs. So Bake For Me has done a very good job there. Honorable Minister, it's my honor to invite you to lead the cake cutting session. And we are all going to participate in this. Okay. Chair Governing Council, Dr. Paul Mwambuye, yes. A representative from Buganda Kingdom, please, let's participate in the cake cutting. Honorable Minister, we are going to count down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we are going to do it. The magic figure is 75, right? We're hearing that? The magic figure is 75. So if I mention any number that's not 75, you say no. When I mention 75, you'll all say yes. And then the Honorable Minister will cut the cake. We start now. 2, 5, 40, 55, 75. Very good. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for doing the honors. And that marks the cake cracking session. The poppers are going off. But like I said, fireworks at 8 when it is dark. Very good. Thank you. Okay, the cake cutting team, please manage that session pretty fast because we want to go for the tree planting. But before that, we want to have a photo opportunity right here with our minister as we move to the tree planting. DJ, you can play me that celebratory song in the meantime. Okay, thank you so much. May I request the cake team to manage this further serving from a side as we have a group photo here and then move to tree planting and then return for our lunch. Lunch is ready. And Maria, you'll come and let us know about the serving points at this moment. But for now, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, let's be positioned for the group photo. Cameras, get set. Let's do faster, faster, faster. Okay, so Tony, you may add some 2 chairs there, this side. Okay, so Honorable Minister, yes. Under Secretary, DG Chair, Dr. Paul. The ambassadors left. Okay. Representative from the UK, please. Please have a seat. Don't mind. Okay. Korea, China, Japan, where are the representatives who are still here? Buganda Kingdom. Yes. Okay. Buganda Kingdom can have a seat there. Buganda Kingdom can have a seat. Okay. The rest of us can stand behind, still be visible, even on the podium. CGs, please. CGs, please join this photo. May I request all the other WFP, the development partners, others can stand on the podium here. We will still be very, very visible. Could stand on the podium. Okay, just hold on there. May I request the former directors to come and the council members as well? Council members, I want to fill up all this podium. Directors of research, please come. Put it. Yes, stand at a level where you're appropriately, your head is visible, because the photo will go all the way to the back. Very good. If you are taller, you stand down. Okay, are we ready? Okay. Ready? At the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, shot. 3, 2, 1, shot. Honorable Minister, you can stay because I'm calling another group. The ones behind can move. All delegates behind can take their seats as we invite all the other guests to come and have this photo moment. Private sector members, please. Private sector, academia, private sector, academia, research organizations, please come. Dr. Ngabirano, you can take a seat. Academia, private sector, research organizations, vice chancellors, please come. Okay, let's stand behind as we take a photo there. Civil society, are we there? Civil society, please come, civil society. Still have space behind. Civil society. Okay, let's take this shot at the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, shot. 3, 2, 1, shot. You, Honorable Minister, you will stay for just one more. Management, NaCRRI management, the directors and advisory committee for NaCRRI. I didn't see the deputy directors in the photo earlier. NaCRRI management. Okay, NaCRRI management together with the advisory committee. NaCRRI management, please run. NaCRRI staff, come and join this photo. NaCRRI staff, come and join this photo. NaCRRI staff, Maria, can you rally your troops to come? Okay, I can see the powerful team coming there. NaCRRI staff, please come and stand behind. The chairs are not enough. Follow directions of the photographer. He's guiding you on how to ensure you're visible. Feel free to stand up to behind. The photo image will capture even those who are behind. I think the NaCRRI staff are over, so we take a shot now. Hey, they are still there. Even Dr. Yada. He must be ensuring that food is set, and he's been very busy these days. Well done. Okay, at the count of 3. Okay, there is just one more joining. 3, 2, 1, shots. 3, 2, 1, shot. Hold on. I don't see any smiles. This is 75 years, guys. 3, 2, 1, shots. 3, 2, 1, shot. Thank you so much. Clap for yourselves. I think that brings us to the end of the photo opportunity. Now the tree planting session. And the farm manager will guide us where the trees are. We return for lunch. Farm manager, where are you? Where are the tree planting points? Can you read the Honorable Minister and to do the tree planting? Honorable Minister, the PS. We have the DG NaCRRI, the Chairman NaCRRI Governing Council, World Bank, UK High Commission. You'll be planting a tree. And then ambassadors, Japan, Korea, CG, universities, private sector. Please follow the team that has already gone out to do the tree planting. The team is already moving ahead. They are around the exhibition point as of now. Let's catch up with the tree planting team. Now they have reached the exhibition space. As the tree planting goes on, allow me in a special way to recognize the local communities from here, Namulonge. Abantu bafe abe Namulonge tubasanze nnyo okubeera nammwe olwaleero. Abantu bafe abe Namulonge we muli, muyimirireeko tubalabe. Abatuuze abaliraanye institute, tusiimye nnyo okujja kwammwe. Mwebale enkolagana ennungi ne institute, mugende mu maaso n'ekyo kubanga omulimu gwe mukola nga we mulabye si bya NaCRRI, si bya NaCRRI, wabula nsi yonna. Otherwise ensi yonna teyandikuŋŋaanye wano singa omulimu ogenda mu maaso wano si gwa makulu. So mukimanye nti ekifo kye mulimu kya muwendo nnyo eri ensi yonna.
Before we go for lunch, it's because of the stampeding of the program.
So abatuuze abaliraanya institute tubeebazizza nnyo omulimu gwe mukola, mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala, mugende mu maaso n'ekyo. Abakulu bwe banaaba bakomyewo tugenda kubeera ne ka performance kamu nga bwe tugenda mu mmere, but allow me to recognize all the schools that have come today. All the schools. School children, can you stand up? School children, stand up. School children, stand up. And clap for yourselves for coming here. Very good. Good to see you here. Mwebale kusindikira abaana b'amasomero, tusiimye nnyo. It's good to have you here. You can take your seats. You can sit down. At this juncture, I would like to invite the catering team to be ready. Kubanga sawa yonna tujja mu mmere. So serving teams, please take position. We will be starting the serving moments briefly. Maria, please come and guide us on the serving points as established. Who is going where?
When the other team is coming.
NaCRRI performers, these guys had a lot of time to prepare for this. They have a special dance for us.
The next item on the program is lunch. But I would like to thank you for celebrating with us NaCRRI at 75. We have lunch for all of you, and it's going to be served in 3 places. Where you see yellow t-shirts, that's where the serving places are. This corner, the food is going to be served by a Sarah Hotel, and the other corner, also a Sarah Hotel. The other corner has 2 serving places, and this one has 1. So, thank you very much for coming. We are so blessed.
Who goes where?
So, for the VIP, we are going to use this side, while others, staff and other guests will use the other side. I think that is clarified.
Okay. I now know who is going to serve from where. I'll let you know once the chief guest is back. NaCRRI dance group, you ready? You want to entertain us now?
Wabanga bufumbo kyabanga kifo okudibira ku lujja n'abazadde kyabatwalanga ne ku ndaku bafune kula nafune yamutwala naziku n'abawala bakulanga ne senga namubuulira embeera z'obufumbo ti wano tokola bwoti wano kola bwoti mwana wattu ebyo byaggwawo abakacooka notuzaddemu ati n'ebirerya osanyusiza nnyo omwattu tozwazizza akalagaane bwe katajja buliika kogwe kamutwalira abazadde bamulabeko yemmanga ng'oseera bulala kumulonya omusajja omulangatira yagalanga nzaalakuza essanyu ly'omwana linzita yagalanga nzaalakuza
Misua Jona jealous, mutwegu no manelese. Oh, I know what you request. We fire we say. No, take a kuchupai, take a good sweet medication. Me and be a shidagan. Onda zo mkwano muti, wakukuko kusinga banji. Nsomo se emigamiji, nganonya masine faseidi. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Kati bote, chikole bote, tabula tagala mupiso bote. Tunula mofometa moma doctor, kamata fomite daga. Episode kwata bolundi doctor, shake before using it, shake before using it dagala, yeah. Onda zo mkwano muti, wakukuko kusinga banji. Nsomo se emigamiji, nganonya masine faseidi. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Oli mugugu, say likidira what you go do. Amafaranga go give it to you. Chambuze ono mugu, up and down, over. Love you mugugu, over. Head to toe, your love go love me down. Unazo mkwano muti, wakukuko kusinga banji. Nsomo se emigamiji, nganonya masine faseidi. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Hakuna dawa, baby you're the only one dawa. Hakuna dawa, otali moyo gonuma. Bote, chikole bote, tabula tagala mupiso bote, tunula mu.
Sweet melody.
Charlie, wako mimi Charlie. Oh yeah, pour me water, make a shot my shoulder. Tell your mama, baby, she got that pretty daughter. My darling, kipenzi changu. Ino asali, utamu wangu. Hey, sweet melody, hey, sweet melody.
Take a good sweet medication. Me and be a shidagan on your mask.
Allow me to touch you right and drop on the bed. Buy me armor. Oh yeah, can you give me dollar? I wanna be your baby mama. Oli muzuri sana, nikirizavi sana, sikiriza dilana. If you wanna be my lover, keep me by your shoulder. You are the one, wanna be with you all day. Uwe kumisinga, I feel so lonely. Katikwata wano, leza wano, letenu, leda wano. Kwata wano, leza wano, letenu, leda wano. Katikwata wano, leza
gosh, yeah? Tukwe.
I think I have seen you, girl. So I told Lina and she said you might need Penny now. I think I love Penny now. But she told her friends that she has a nice sugar daddy who gives her plenty paper to stay away from boys like me, Bambi. Penny now, Marty, you are my medicine. And I know you promised to catch me later. Amazima, there won't be somebody later. Kabodina shaking like a generator. This special aid me, they please come and heal. Sometimes I felt to get better. Kubanga she dey in a right with a sponsor. And now my guy, I'm left with a sweater. While he's a right in left and center. Omudwe neguntera. The thought of you takes it away. Omudwe negun shakura. The thought of you makes it okay. Amazima indiombu sasi. Ngura panadomo za sugar daddy. Ngura panadomo za sugar daddy. Ngura panadomo za sugar daddy. I think I have Senyiga. So I told Lina and she said you might need Penny now. I think I love Penny now. But she told her friends that she has a nice sugar daddy who gives her plenty paper to stay.
Yatenda tabikora tine nkojo bakamtezata kangwa na mukunda eba atebisho kwaba ngenze mutagamba akamutsinda akagambe wananyeta unabasinga urugiye bishecho jamana cheweze sechinagamba.
Mama, yeah.
we need. Oh, every day, mama,
On se tue pour la moula, tout le monde veut l'oseille.
I've been making my moolah, 'cause I hustle every day.
La moula, tout le monde veut la tuer.
My money, my wahala, but love is the only way.
On veut le bif, le pognon de la moula sans se fatiguer. Ce soir on est venu se défouler, donc les soucis sont oubliés. Les Congos savent qu'on peut parler mais on les voit pas. Oh ma chérie, ce soir on va rentrer très tard. C'est ça l'idée, dongo dongo, c'est ça l'idée. On va danser, ah c'est ça l'idée. Le monde de provision, c'est ça l'idée.
Love is all we need.
Oh every day, mama yeah. On se tue pour la moula.
Wow, let's give them a round of applause. Is the performance still going on? Okay, let's go. Two more. Gonna dance.
Omukyala wabanga bufumbo kyabanga kivo okudibira ku lujja n'abazadde kyabatwalanga ne ku ndaku bafune pulana fune yamutwala naziku n'abawala bafunanga n'essenga namubuulira embeera z'obufumbo ti wano tokola bwoti wano kola bwoti mwana wattu ebyo byaggwawo abakacyoka notuzaddemu anti n'ebirerya osanyusiza nnyo omwattu tozwazizza akalagaane bwe katajja buliika kugwe kamutwalira abazadde bamulabeko yemmanga ng'oseera bulala fumulo y'omusajja omulangatira yagananga nzaalakuza essanyu ly'omwana linzita yagananga nzaalakuza essanyu ly'omwana linzita bayozine bayotyabule guno mukwano gw'obuzadde bungi bubi bayozine bayotyabule amazina jagananga nzaalakuza bayozine bayotyabule guno mukwano gw'omwana bungi bubi bayozine bayotyabule amazina jagananga nzaalakuza
Sweet melody.
Charlie, kwako mimi Charlie. Oh yeah, pour me water, make a shot my shoulder. Tell your mama, baby, she got that pretty daughter. My darling, your darling, kipenzi changu. Ndo asali, utamu wangu. Hey, sweet melody, hey, sweet melody.
Brilliant. Tubakubire mungalo. A round of applause for the NaCRRI staff team. Now turned into queen and king dancers. So if you have a video, a music video you want to perform, please reach us. We have a dancing team that we can lend you for you to produce globally recognized videos. With those dances, your video will be the best. Now, I want to invite, as our guests return from the tree planting, I want to invite crane performers to come and show us what they also have to show. Nama mutulageko tulabe tukomparinge. Are we ready? I'll be inviting you for lunch in the next 5 minutes. Just hold on a little bit. Current performers. Thank you so much. Thank you for that song. And for those who don't know, that song is from Nebi, Pakwach Zombo, from the Alur Kingdom. It's called Aguara. But I didn't hear you blow those trumpets. But thank you so much. We have enjoyed it, representing my brothers and sisters from Alur land. Now, lunch is ready. This is to invite all of us for lunch. The table that you see here is for VIPs, VVIPs. As you can see the line. All the other guests, there is a second table in the middle behind there. Wherever you see those serving teams in yellow, please go there. And then the school children, our serving point is the first at the entrance that side. So let's get up and go to the serving point. That is the very first at the rear end there. The teams will also be guiding you. Together with our other guests, let's make use of those two serving points that side. Here I'll want only the VVIPs. Make sure you have a coupon for lunch.
Oh, this one? I think so. You have coupons, give out coupons.
I want to request Maria and your catering team to please deploy on each serving point to guide people through the serving sessions.
Can't manage from the ground. Manage it on the ground. That's a crisis. That should have been communicated by Maria when she came here. Maria is letting us most of the time. All those people queuing now are queuing for that. And Maria is there. You can talk to her and you see how to manage.
Members, make sure you have a coupon. Make sure you have a coupon for lunch. If you're serving from the middle table, may I request the serving team to ensure that people serving there have coupons? Estella Hotel, middle team, make sure you're getting coupons. All those without coupons, you go to the line, the last serving table, where the school children are.